Alexa lights on. Daggone it, otherwise. I thought I had it set up on here. Alright. We are live and ready to go here. I spent half the afternoon trying just about anything, really, to get this computer back up and running. I think we might be okay. Can't guarantee it, but I'm trying at the very least. But anyways, we're hitting the ground running on this one today. We have 3 tornado warnings in effect, one that includes the city of Joplin even at this point. Kind of got an interesting situation here with the radars here. But we have this line of storms, which has severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings all up and down it. There are no observed warnings at this time, thankfully. We'll have to see whether or not this trend will continue. This is really the start of this event. This will probably go at least into the early evening and maybe a little further beyond it. What's up, voice? I've spent half the day trying to get this computer fixed. I think we might have done it. I hope so. This has been driving me crazy. Really, I've been working on it since probably like 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. Seeing if there was any excess strain that was coming from the hard drive due to video files that I had saved from previous videos, anything that I didn't delete, stuff like that. Because when I really think about it, this computer goes through a lot of strain. Not only is this the computer that I shoot videos and live stream on, this is also the computer that I use to record music. So there's a lot of stuff on here. So as much as this computer drives me crazy, it's also served me pretty well. I'd be lying to myself if I said it didn't. Alright, so rapid rotation near Joplin. That's not what I want to hear. This town has a very famous history. I don't know who all was having trouble. I don't know if any other channels were having trouble with YouTube. That could be an isolated issue. It would give me some kind of consolation if it was just you. No offense, but at the same time, I highly doubt it. Since I'm starting to get to know people, maybe I can ask them, see if they had any issues. I do want to eventually kind of grow away from Windows, especially since this computer is not compatible with Windows 11, and I'm pretty sure they're going to stop doing the updates for 10 soon. So a lot of decisions to make. I wouldn't mind doing Linux, but that would be a process. All of it will depend on if opportunity presents itself. I still haven't even shared this stream at all. I also got to get Justin's feed up because he is live right now, although not much is really happening over there. Also pull him up on my TV. Try to give him a little extra support if I can. That's true. It'll probably still work. And again, you never know. Justin R. There we go. Might have the TV up a little too loud still. Hey, Mia. Try not to have Justin's audio too high on just the TV because we will eventually have him on the screen. Alright, just bear with me, guys. I'm just glad that this is stable at the moment, at least. I know better than to take anything for granted, though. Take that here. Then do this. Oh, I actually got this from my job. They were rotating some stuff out, and they just gave it to me and said, "Why not?" It's pretty comfortable, which is a good and bad thing because there's a chance that I might end up going to sleep in this thing if the streams are long enough. Fortunately, I'm energized. I just ate, so yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Feel free to make mention of it. Alright, let's check and see if we got any new warnings. Looks like it's only... we're still sitting at 3 at this point.
Hey, Jesse, do me a favor and post your streaming channel up in there. Go ahead. Everybody's going.
All right.
Start streaming.
Oh, okay. Negative strep COVID. Lovely. Well, at this point, COVID isn't the worst thing in the world. We know how to handle it. Just do well to take care of yourself.
Yeah, I want everybody who's in here right now jump up, go give Jesse some subscribers, try to help him out. He and I have chased. He's a great chaser. He knows his stuff. Really respect him a lot.
Yeah, I told you, there's not really much to be expected over towards Houston.
Been a huge help to me.
It's not really all that surprising. Okay, something else I was trying to do. Oh, I was trying to finish sharing the stream. That's the most techie that I've had to be with this computer in a while here. And even then, I still wouldn't say I'm an expert, so don't ask. We'll get some music on here in a second, too.
Yeah, we'll be safe. We're a ways ahead.
Oh, you have? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Okay, there we go. I think we're about set to go now, finally. Yeah, you told me about yours, amputee. I don't know if Tim told me about his. There's a lot more of you here than before as well,
My son thought
so
he
it's a
had it.
little harder to keep up with you guys. I'm trying my best though.
It's okay.
All right,
Got
come on now.
some things went up and down, but
There we go.
they're good. I mean, they're good to have. But
All right,
like I
got to
said,
unmute the output, and we're good. Turn down. I'm gonna turn down the TV a little bit. Just give me one more second. Yeah, I'm sorry, amputee. You remind me. You sound like another one of the viewers that actually lives in my state. She she's from up around that region as well. I understand. I guess I'm used to it because I've been in Georgia my whole life, and Georgia does get quite a few tornadoes. They can be pretty bad at times, but I don't know. I don't know if it's something you get used to or if just one really bad experience just kind of sours everything. But for me, it just didn't have that kind of struggle. No, New England does get tornadoes. Maybe not as often as other areas, but it does happen. I mean, a little fact here: every state in the U.S., all 50 of them, and if you want to get technical, you want to include Guam and Puerto Rico. All of them have seen tornadoes. Every state has seen tornadoes, plural, not singular. Doesn't happen often in some places more than others, but every state has indeed seen one. You said you're scared, but now you're complaining. Makes no sense. Congratulations, Mia. You just played yourself. Make me quote DJ Khaled. I would post that meme in Discord, but right now I'm more focused on the storms here at this point. We're fully set to go here now. Still have that little notch right there. This is gonna end up scooting to the north of Joplin, but this is on the way to dropping south of Nashville here, maybe heading Cossville before heading to State Road H and State Road M. Then eventually this will be heading towards the I-49 region just to the north of Jasper, most likely. Then we have our other tornado warning storm over here. This is just to the south of Fort Smith here. This looks like it's in mostly rural territory, but it is heading towards State Highway 50, or US 59 here, and then State Highway 88 here in Arkansas. Hey, what's up, Repost? Good to see you, man. Oh, speaking of which, did you catch that stream? Did you catch the stream the other week? I think it was last week exactly, where we were playing Helicity and Twisted. We were looking for you. That's no good, man. Did you win? Good. It's a good thing you won. But did you try to walk away first, too? That's the other thing. If you tried to walk away and he still came at you, do what you gotta do. But if you started it, then shame on you. We don't condone that here. Weight means something, but it doesn't always have to mean anything. Oh. Yeah, if it's self-defense, then you good. If it isn't, daggone it. Okay, yeah, it was probably self-defense. I'm gonna take your word for it. It's self-defense. Yeah, it brings me back though to the old days for me. Especially that was more middle school for me though. Sometimes you got to take it into your own hands. Rotation right now with this storm on the southern end looks a little broad here. So, well, wait. So I guess we're on a downtrend right now. England, Arkansas. I hate that this has no search bar on it. That's one of the few things that Weatherwise is missing. If they get a search bar, that would be golden. It's on to the east of Little Rock. Okay. Yeah, they're not getting any rain then right now. I can tell you that right now. It's to the east of Little Rock. There's not going to be a whole lot going on at the moment. A little later today. Yeah, this is the picture for Little Rock right now. Really, these storms are just now starting to enter the state. Yes, you will be getting rain. You will have chances for severe weather even before all is said and done this evening. In fact, you're in the slight risk. Yeah, this is where you guys are right now. Yeah, this is where you guys are in the yellow. I thought you said you weren't going to be doing Discord because you were focused on football, if I remember correctly. So we weren't sweating it. But if you are trying to join, I'll put the server link up. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Way to go. Can we get, if anyone else is in chat right now, can we get some W's for repost for having all A's? Keep that up, bud. Keep that up. All right, there we go. That's what we like to see. So our tornado warnings here have been extended. A new meso discussion has been issued. That's for the St. Louis area over here. This is getting closer towards where our enhanced risk is. And this is a corridor where we could even expect a strong tornado to be possible as well. So we're going to have to be extra careful of this area here. Here's that enhanced tornado threat here, and here's the hatched risk to go along with it. Anywhere inside this corridor here with the dashed lines here has the potential to produce a strong tornado. As it stands right now, we still don't have a tornado on the ground, thankfully. We currently have 2 tornado warned storms. We have 4 polygons. Well, technically 5. But these old polygons are just now expiring, so we're going to be back to 2. Alright, we're already up to 12 likes. That's a good start. Appreciate you guys for that, by the way. Seems like whatever I've done to the computer to try to fix it, it's working so far. There's a lot of applications that I had to delete. Nothing essential. Obviously, we're still able to stream. But man, these last couple days, I just didn't expect it to be that bad. I guess we were just working the processor a little bit too hard. See if we can't get some cameras up while we're at it. Right now we're kind of in a spot where it's a little bit harder to get any sort of view. As we watch these move further off to the north and east here, we'll be able to get a better visual on these. We'll probably be able to see more stuff over towards Missouri first. Okay. There might be a chance that I have something here. There might be one. Might be a little too far north, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, I think it's a well, actually, that might be in a good spot here. Oh, yeah, that actually is in a good spot. All right, so we do have a camera available to us, and we're gonna put that up and see just what we may end up getting out of this. Oh, wow. I guess when we cleared out some stuff, I guess we didn't keep some of the settings that I had originally had. There we go. This camera is actually in the path of the storm. This is over towards El Dorado Springs, where we're looking at on the feed right now. So this is our tornado warned storm. It's moving in a northeasterly direction. If we drag this up here, this is El Dorado Springs here. They're getting some rain right now. We might have a chance at getting a visual of it. No promises, especially considering this is a little radar notch here that we're looking at right now that has the potential to produce. So there's a good chance that this may lift long before it gets over there. Current storm motion is at about 55 miles an hour, so if it cycles, there might still be a chance to see something. You're a good repost. No need to apologize. What's I looking for on here? I feel like there's something else I'm trying to look for right now. Yeah, there is. I'll have to add you to it manually. Hopefully I can find a moment where I can do that. Nice. Reminds me of a YouTube channel that I watch called The Grim Reapers. Alright. I'll catch you when I can. Oh, this is what I was trying to do here. Okay, got that set up now. Alright, I can see you now. Gotcha. Got your repost. Yep, I got it. No, I just gotta just gotta wait for you to pop up on server. Sometimes it's a little slow, so might be a minute before I can give you the proper role. I don't know why that feed is so slow to let me know when people join. Sometimes it's fast and other times it's not. And I really just don't have an explanation for that. I get the feeling this might try and pass a little bit further to the north. Well, all of them can be chill and all of them can be crazy. I know if you're asking about Baconator, I know for a fact he's not here right now. Isaiah, he might be lurking or something, or he may not be on right now. I don't know what Contingence is up to. Yeah, I play when I can. I mainly play zombies though. I'm not a multiplayer guy anymore. I don't really care for multiplayer these days. It's just not fun to me anymore. May 7th? I can't guarantee anything. I mean, let me see what's on the calendar. That's in the middle of the week. Yeah, I can't guarantee anything. I can try, but no promises. That's in the middle of the work week. 'Cause I do have a regular job too. So, a little bit of a challenge that could be, but I can try. Just really depends on what's going on. Because it's usually one or two things that dominates my time. It's either this or it's my regular job that I have. And really, I've been getting my butt kicked by both. Like, honestly. It's been getting pretty hot out here. Yes, sir. But hey, if you know how to manage your time well, but you stay busy all at the same time, it keeps you out of a lot of trouble. That's one thing I've learned. So, I try to take the busy times with grace as best as I can. But there will come a point where it slows down, and then eventually you're kind of wondering what to do with yourself. That's what I've learned. Neither one of these storms look all that impressive on reflectivity here. These storms still look decent with velocity. Nothing looks imminent from these though, so it's really hard to say whether or not I would continue with a tornado warning or not. It seems like the potential is still there, especially with this storm that's just to the north of Lamar. I think this one you would probably continue on with the tornado warning with, but the one further off towards the south here, and as we also got a new one here, this is towards Waldron. This one we may end up seeing that one downgraded to a oops, wrong thing. Probably see this one downgraded to severe thunderstorm tornado possible. But the new tornado warning, by the way, is over towards Mountainburg and Arkansas here. This in particular is for the counties of Madison, Crawford, and Washington here. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. This is going to be crossing I-49 between mile markers 26 and 44. Wacola, Brentford, Mountainburg, Arnett, Chester, Patrick, Combs, Mount Gaylor, Bidville, Lake Fort, Smith, Delaney, Hicks, Crosses, Winslow, and Locke are in the path of this storm. Hey, what's up, G, bro? Happy Easter. Okay, hold on. There we go. I can see you now. Yeah, see what I'm saying? It always takes a little bit longer than expected to get things going over there for whatever reason. So Baconator is lurking in Discord. Maybe he's lurking here too. Maybe he's not. Okay, so now I gotta add your role if I can. Let me see if there's a camera over here real quick too while I'm at it. Arkansas's camera network is slightly better than Missouri's, but like I said, I can't guarantee anything from DOT here. I'm keeping an eye on Justin's feed, but I'm not showing it right now. There's nothing to really show. He's still getting set up in his area of interest for tonight. Not yet. I have to add it. Kind of doing a lot at once here though right now. I haven't really gotten a great look at this storm yet. It looks like slop on it looks almost a little crazier, not necessarily slopped on reflectivity, but you can kind of see it here. Almost seems like a donut hole tried to pop up here, but I can see the shape. So this is it right here. And if there's going to be a tornado, it would either be here or here. It's kind of a side lobe deal with velocity. Probably somewhere, I would say over here is where it would be. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, I see you. 1 second. Okay, there we go. Alright, roll is added. It should only take a second for it to update. If you send another message, your name color will probably change over. There we go. Well, I'm just glad the computer's working better. Yesterday was awful. That was a really rough one. But yeah, you could have sent it to any channel on the server, and I would have been able to kind of pick it out and see where you were. It's just the whole multitasking part that kind of sucks. Dang. I'm just glad there's not severe weather tomorrow. Nah, you aren't the first. But most of the people that are members also have other roles. First member is Contingents, but Contingents is also a moderator. On there, he's actually an admin. And he had a custom request for his name to be read. So that's what I went with. Or maybe... Let me check something. I'll have to change the settings later. But yeah, you're also trusted as well because we know who you are. We've seen you here before. There's a whole bunch of people I have to manually change. I just thought about it. Holy cow. Yeah, we do so much stuff manually on there. It's not even funny. We're just so used to it. He's a good security bot. Well, funny thing is with Discord, I have the worst luck with bots. Like I added ping cord the other day, so that way I could make announcements whenever I would go live, and within 3 days, well, really within 2 days, failed completely. So I'm kind of like, when it comes to bots, I'm like, screw this. That's just the honest truth. But yeah, I'm down to try it. I guess I'm down to try it. Maybe I'll talk to Baconator because maybe he has better luck than I do. Oh, you had a stream notification bot. Yeah, for whatever reason though, whenever I try to do it, it just doesn't work. So I just do everything manually. Even though it's not really on time. Seriously? That's impressive. That is seriously impressive if that's the case. It's crazy to think when I was your age though that I didn't even think the first thing about being a bot developer or anything like that. Even though I was into that kind of stuff, I never just really pursued it. The most ambitious thing that I tried to do, and it failed miserably, was make my own RC jet, and yeah, that didn't go well at all. Yeah, bots are not my specialty. Electronics I'm okay with, but I'm not a pro. Okay, so we got an extension on this, on the southern warning. I'm trying to understand what they see down there. I mean, it looks good on reflectivity, but that's about it. I mean, the rotation looks like it's kind of broad. Okay, that's awesome, man. We had really impressive rotation here for 1 minute, and now it looks like it is slowing back down. We never had a confirmed report with this. So we're staying with radar indicated tornado warnings for now. Some of that wrist pain I was talking about yesterday. All right, let's get another camera up here. Arkansas is starting to get pretty busy, and I don't think the storm's gonna end up passing El Dorado. It's gonna stay to the south, and I have no idea which direction this camera is facing. If it's facing to the south, I might keep it up for a little longer, but I'm gonna go ahead and pull up Arkansas now. Ooh, we do have something here. We got a camera over here in Chester that's right off the exit here on I-49. This is the camera we were just looking at here. I think this is just about passed through Chester now. We'll probably end up having to jump onto a new camera here in just a moment. Okay, yeah, I think this is just passed through Chester now. Picture looks pretty clear. It's like the rainfall might have slowed down. So I guess now we're gonna go over here. We have another tornado warning over here, and I think this will be just off to the north here. This is north of Y City on US 71 here that we're looking at now. Okay, so here's El Dorado Springs. That weak echo region is getting awfully close, so my call might have been right after all. Starting to take more of that northward turn. That's what I was anticipating, but for a second there, it didn't look like it wanted to do it. But the greatest rotation is going to be right over here towards Montevallo. It's a very small notch, though. It might be shearing out for the moment at least. All tornado warnings that we have right now are indeed radar indicated. I think we just got a new one issued here. No, this is just continuous. All of our tornado warnings remain in effect here. These are all radar indicated at this time, though. The threat for hail today seems to be pretty low for right now. We'll see if things continue to go at this pace here. This would probably be a good case scenario if this underperforms. These last couple of days have kind of overperformed, so hopefully we can get a little balance here. Hopefully we get swayed over into the opposite direction. Alright, so here is the voting poll, by the way. Pretty simple yes or no question for you guys. One thing I will say to anyone that votes on here, what you see now does not determine what it could be like later this afternoon. We're in the early stages of this event, so it could go either way. I make the voting polls very open-ended. But just, if you can, try not to vote on impulse. It's a great way to get stumped. Try not to get too comfortable in this chair because it'll make me sleepy. That's a good take, by the way. voiced. That's an interesting one. You'll see more than 10 warnings at a time? Or is that what you mean? Or just 10 warnings total? Because that could be a trick question too. More than 10 warnings simultaneously? Very interesting take. Yeah, I think we're close to 10 total for the day. I probably are above that at this point. I think there were warnings before noon. Dang. Looks like it's picking up on our Missouri camera over here towards El Dorado City. It's raining so heavy now where we're barely able to see anything. I don't expect a tornado to drop from this though, at least not right now. It's not the most well-defined notch that I've seen though, either, so it doesn't help, but there's still some shear there. Just not a lot, but there are going to be some strong winds at the very least. This new severe thunderstorm warning has potential for winds up to 70 miles an hour now. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that we now have in effect. If we were getting to 80, we would get the destructive tag now. Alright, we're down to 2 tornado warnings. They let that one expire that was over here towards southern parts of Arkansas. So now we're strictly in Missouri at this point, and all within one radar site, no less. That makes life a little easier for us. We might actually catch a break in the action here for a bit. I think Y City's probably in the clear now. We can probably take that feed down. As it stands right now, there are no more tornado warnings in Arkansas at this time. if we drop off on the tornado warnings, we'll probably end up doing a little bit of an overview of today's forecast, and then we'll see what's next beyond that point. Alright, so it looks like any chance of anything rotating over here is pretty much gone right now in the short term over El Dorado Springs. We'll see if we can't reposition, find another camera here, and then go on from that point. Rotation remains pretty broad here, so I don't even know how long they'll keep the warning for. They might just let it go to the rest of the time and then let it expire, unless it ends up cycling. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, guys. Turn off the camera at the very least. I don't know. Maybe the ads just don't like you, Mia. I just came back. I had to go to the bathroom. Welcome back, Repost. Discord changed the bot thing? Well, I wouldn't even know what you're really talking about, so I can't even say. I couldn't even tell you what to do about that, man. Sorry. We got 10 minutes left on this tornado warning, and then from that point, we're probably going to end up doing a little bit of a rundown of what today's forecast will be. And tomorrow, there's not really a severe weather risk from what I saw, which is pretty nice. So we'll get a little break in the action, and then I think there's a slight risk on Tuesday from what I remember. I mean, I could actually check on weather-wise, but yeah, I'm just trying to serve off of previous memory. Yeah, we have HRRR ready to go if the warning expires. We'll just jump straight into it from that point. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't already, guys. I'm pretty sure you have, though. Guys, it's starting to get darker on Justin's feed. It might be about that time. Yeah, because these storms haven't even entered the central part of the state yet, but I think he's right near his target area. I see that you guys have gone 50-50 with the vote here. Well, hello. Alright, so what are the odds here? Are we going to get this tornado warning to fully expire here in the next few minutes? So is England safe? You got a ways to go before the storms get to you. But for right now, you're good. Later is the question. That is the real question we have, is a little bit later. Probably within the next couple hours, we'll see the storms roll in. There are there's a multitude of severe thunderstorm warnings here that do have tornado possible tags, so we do need to be watchful of these. At any given point, we could get a warning issued here, because we're in an environment where it wouldn't take long for things to kind of ramp up here. I don't necessarily think we'll get long trackers out of these, but I do think that in the short term, we're okay. Where you going with this, huh? Fingers are itching. Alright, get out of here. Alright. Anyone who's got that name already is questionable. I don't know why you would even ask such a dumb question like that. Yeah, it was time for him to go. Already wasn't feeling it, but I wasn't trying to be a douchebag, but you know what? The heck with it. He's got to go. Hence we sent him far, far away. Okay, so that warning has officially expired. Storm is well out of the warning area now, so I think we've gone ahead with the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, I don't know what that was, voice, but yeah, he's out of here. He's not coming back. I don't even know why that question would be the first thing you would ask in any kind of chat. Yeah, it had to be, but he's long gone now. I was just like, you really just don't have anything better to do? Come on, man. You really just don't have anything better to do? It's Easter. Be with your family. How about that? Be with your family. If you have family, today's a good day to spend time in here. Yeah, I don't know where any of my mods are. Just thankfully it was slow. Yeah, sorry about that, man. I don't know why he would do that. And a little fun fact for you guys, in case you didn't notice, I'm also black. So, yeah, we were definitely not going to be tolerating that here. But it doesn't matter what color your skin is. We just don't do that here, period. We just aren't about that. Anyway. Alright. Quick little examination down the line. It looks like we have mainly tornado possible tags with these severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll still have to watch most of these. But I think this will be a good time to get a look at the environment ahead here. So here's our environment for today. We still have the enhanced risk and effect, obviously. We have the 10% hatched risk for tornadoes here. But I don't expect this to be a long duration threat. The storm's already within the area of interest and moving through at a relatively brisk pace, I would say. If we were to go ahead and take a look at our model data, we're going to actually get up close and personal for this one. It's about where we are with our storms right now. We're going to continue to see these roll through as we get later into the evening. We're probably going to see a downtrend in intensity. So I don't think this is going to be an overnight type of deal. Seems like we've run out of instability pretty quick in comparison to previous events. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't still get a tornado or two possible overnight, but odds are pretty low at this point. The amount of instability we have over the region has been a big limiting factor, and it's going to continue to be the case as we head later into the evening. But at least up until close to sunset, there's still going to be an odd chance of maybe a strong to severe storm or two, with the potential to maybe produce a tornado here. We look at our low level shear, we have a decent amount available, but it just starts to really drop off. So it still holds on actually. I thought it was going to drop off a little bit. Just a slight drop off, but it really all seems to be contingent upon the line here. Supercells seem a little bit less likely this time around. Forcing isn't particularly strong out ahead of this, but capping is also pretty weak here too. It just seems like we're missing a bit of lift here to get things to fire off here. We have good lift at the surface, so yeah, I think this is going to be mostly right on that line where we have the best chance of anything developing. Yeah, storm relative felicities are pretty low too, so few things aren't really. There's a few things here that are not really boding in this storm system's favor here. Still have good moisture out ahead of the main line. Notice we still have good surface temperatures here as well. I really think it's towards the mid to upper levels where we're still having issues. Yeah, again, here's that forcing. Forcing's not the strongest that I've seen here by far. That significant tornado threat really looks like it just shifts up to the north at this point. Just because we have these good values here doesn't necessarily mean that we're shooing on the tornado threat here. Yeah, it seems like it'll be more Missouri that becomes a point of interest going forward here. Yeah, it really just seems like the lapse rates are a big inhibiting factor at this point. Yeah, this just isn't really an environment that stands out right now. Here's over towards Little Rock. It's a decent environment. And it's these environments that are the most tricky though. You always have to watch these. No new changes with anything on the radar picture though. It does look like for the most part we've gone without tornado warnings for at least a good 10 minutes now. We're up to 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm gonna take a little time here. Might have to go back to the bathroom. This ain't good. looks like our new watch just rendered in finally. This does include the St. Louis metro area, along with the Cape Girardeau, also Springfield, Missouri as well. We've been sneaking into parts of Iowa. We also have Davenport included in the watch as well. So this is our new area of interest here. As we get later into the evening, this is where I think the tornado threat is ultimately going to end up. Appreciate that repost. Well, not much is really happening right now. It seems like we got a little break in the action here. I'm expecting stuff to kind of shift more over here towards the north. Well, there's some things you're gonna learn about. Wait, they don't teach you that in school, do they? Well, when tax season comes around, especially as you start working, just go to TurboTax. That's the best hint of advice that I can give you. TurboTax usually does people right. In fact, I'm waiting on my taxes to come in at some point. I don't know when they will be on the way though. But yeah, TurboTax. And also another hand of advice: if someone ever tells you to go H&R Block, don't. That is a huge mistake to do that. Hold on. Hold on, you guys. 1 second. Got family over, food's ready. That's all that was. Can't lie, I'm still getting used to the mezzo discussion and the new layout with it. Because before, or last year, and the earlier part of this year, what would happen is whenever a watch would get issued, you would see the probabilities associated with the watch. Now you have to go with the mezzo discussion. So a little bit of, it's just a tiny little bit more reading, but, well, actually I'd say it's about the same, but just looking in different places, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around that. And we have a new tornado warning. This is just along the Arkansas and Missouri border here. It's for Marion and Boone counties in Arkansas, so it hasn't crossed the border yet. The rotation is located over Carrollton and is moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. It's a radar indicated tornado and would most likely be rain wrapped. And also, there's a high chance of flooding that will be associated with this storm as well. All the areas in Arkansas that we need to watch: Myrtle, Robertson Hollow, Ridgeway, Self, Omaha, Burlington, Red Bank, Peel, Winnington, Clark Hill, Hopewell, South Lead Hill, Alpena, Monarch, Caps, Lead Hill, Bergman, Crumpler Subdivision, Tevia, and Willis are all involved in this tornado warning right now. This will be expiring at the top of the hour, or actually this will be expiring at about 4:45 Central. This is our rotation. It's kind of hard to see. We're a little bit far away from the radar, but you can see pretty clearly here that we have a little something going on. I almost choked on my food, I'm sorry. I'm really hoping this gets into another radar, into like a better position for a radar site soon. We're getting further and further away from the Little Rock radar here. I thought I set this into a loop. Alright, we're back in action here. Probably gonna see that expire. We got this one. We still have a multitude of tornado possible tags with some of these severe thunderstorms, so at any point we could get additional tornado warnings, but right now things are looking pretty slow. Got a new tornado warning. Just to the north of Springfield, Missouri here. This is for Dallas and Polk counties. This is located over Buffalo, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This is radar indicated, and we'll be having to watch Windyville, March, Pumpkin Center, Olive, Halfway, Foos, Pleasant Hope, Lewisburg, Plaid, Long Lane, Charity, Goodson, and Bennett Springs State Park. Go ahead and take a look at this one. Yeah, it really looks like at this point we're not going to see much in the way of supercells here as of right now. Maybe we'll see these break down a little bit more as they get towards the St. Louis area and over towards the Missouri-Iowa line here, maybe Illinois as well. But for the most part, these are not supercellular in nature. This is all within the main line of storms here. Nope, I got a piece of food in my tooth. I shall return. Alright, we're back now. Sorry about the interruptions. One thing about that tooth, the tooth here is, if you put yourself in a bad spot with that, it can cause a lot of agony. I'm sure some of you know that, but let me tell you, I know from experience, and it's not fun. This cell over here towards Buffalo has decent rotation. We're gonna watch that one pretty close. These other ones I'm not so sure. This other one I'm not quite as sure of, but I can still see a little bit of a couplet trying to develop here. We got another tornado warning? Yes, we do. We're back towards Hot Springs now. Oh This just got issued here. This is for Clark, Pike, Garland, Hot Spring, and Montgomery counties. This is moving to the northeast at 15 miles or 50 miles an hour, and this is over towards Glenwood. We have to be watchful of Hot Springs Memorial Field, Oaklawn Racetrack, Mountain Pine, Bonnerdale, Sunshine, Royal, Lena Landing Rec area. Rec Arc, wow. Golfia Gorge, Hamilton, Hemp Wallace, what a name, especially today. Glenwood, Crystal Springs Landing, Myers Welsh, Mountain Valley, Lake Ouachita? Or Ouachita? Or I don't know. Lake Ouachita State Park here. Roseboro, Lofton, Rockwell, and Hot Springs National Park are all included in this tornado warning here. All of these warnings as of right now are still radar indicated. You see a little couplet right here, and then we see another one right here. There may be a secondary warning about to be issued here. And this is probably the closest thing I've seen to a supercellular structure here. This is just to the north of Mountain Pine. This might sneak in or dip out of the warning area. A new polygon might be needed though, and it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Thanks, Renita. Appreciate you stopping by. Let me see if I can get some cameras back up here. We got a few that are in the path of this tornado warning. Got a little action over towards Hot Springs. No tornadoes as of right now. No confirmed reports. We'll actually strike that. There might have been one. Haven't seen any updates from the National Weather Service in a bit, though. I last checked maybe about 45 minutes ago. And there was said to be, I think, maybe one report from what I saw on X. Or, you know what? I'm still calling it Twitter. I don't care. That's how I grew up with it. It was Twitter. And that's how it shall stay. Alright, so we're looking over towards Albert Pike. We're looking eastbound though. I'm going to try to see if I can find a better camera. It's also eastbound. I think everything is pointing towards the city. All right, here's one that's westbound. This is McLeod Street. They still have, yeah, there's still no new reports of a tornado or anything like that. I saw a picture earlier. I don't know if it was from today or maybe yesterday, though. So, yeah, last night got pretty crazy. Unfortunately, my stream crashed, so I couldn't even cover it like I wanted to. It is what it is, though. Wait, what happened on camera? Did I just exit out of it? All right. Well, I think we found a better one anyway, because you got a better view of the skyline right here. Happy Easter, Makavet. Good to see you as well. Okay, let's have a look at what we have going on here. Yep, they did issue another polygon for that. I wasn't looking. So that's a new tornado warning for Perry, Garland, Saline, and Montgomery counties. This is another radar indicated storm. This one has the strongest rotation I've seen all stream, though. This is moving in the northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is 9 miles west of Lake Ouachita. Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. Hopefully one of you knows and can correct me on it. But locations impacted in this warning would be Avant, Avant, or Nimrod, Mount Tabor, Hollis, Debris. That's quite a name. Lena Landing Wreck Area. But yeah, this storm's looked the best out of all the ones I've seen today. Not the strongest rotation. It looked a lot better a couple scans ago. This one's rotation's starting to ramp up a bit too, though, so we're going to have to definitely keep an eye on these Arkansas storms particularly. The Missouri storms are starting to look a little bit better. The Sparta storm or Bradleyville storm looks pretty good as well. I think we just dropped a warning, maybe. I think we're down to 4 now. This storm over towards, or just to the east of Buffalo, doesn't look all that impressive anymore. There's still a notch there, so it could ramp back up. Always a chance for these to cycle. Diamond City storm that was right on the state line here looks like it's been allowed to expire here, so we're back down to 4 polygons. We'll see if they end up reissuing it or not. Alright, we've narrowed it down to 3 polygons now. First time I've seen a quarter-size hail associated with a tornado warning today, too, while I'm at it. It still has the best structure I've seen as far as reflectivity is concerned. Velocity's subpar now at this point. Like I said, about maybe 3 or 4 scans ago, this was actually looking pretty good. Rotation's actually looking like it's starting to weaken a little bit. We're not seeing that same kind of inflow we had about maybe a scan ago now. We don't need... If this ends up getting undercut here, then this storm should take over theoretically. This is the one that's going to pass right through Hot Springs. And then we still have our little weak echo region over here that's prompting our warning. Still have a good bit of rotation right over here. It's our side lobe, and then we have a couple other areas that need to be watched along that shear line. I was about to say, when did it get to 6? Was it like that? Was it really like that for like 5 seconds? That went away pretty quick. I guess it was just reissues. Alright, so we're getting our reissues here, and we do have a new one. We do have a new tornado warning here. Oops. Come on now. Very small area of rotation that's located 8 miles southwest of Tipton. This is another radar indicated tornado warning. This will be over Tipton within the next 5 minutes. We also have to look out for Lethem and Lupus as well. This is in Missouri, by the way. This is it right here. It's a little weak echo region that's kind of popping up. You can see how the line's kind of kinked out like this. It's always right up in here where you would have to watch. It's always north of where you see it kind of bow out like this. Almost 90% of the time you see it, and there's the rotation right there. Actually, technically, this would be another cell. It's probably getting close to time to where we can pull up Justin's feed. Is he still live? It doesn't look like it anymore. Yep, he's offline. Well, I'll be. Well, there goes our chaser then. Probably has to work tomorrow, most likely. Okay, we got a confirmed tornado on the ground now. This is the Mount Pine storm here. Looks like we have confirmation from broadcast media. So this is most likely a storm chaser that's 14 miles south or west of Hot Springs. It's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. We have a camera over here at the Hot Springs bypass that's looking at this storm as it's approaching. So we may very well get an opportunity to see something here. If we can confirm where that spot is again, then maybe we'll take that into full screen here and get a visual. But locations that will be impacted potentially would be Royal, Hamilton, Mount Pine, Myers, Sunshine, Mountain Valley, Lake Ouachita. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Probably botching that to Kingdom Come. You got Percy, Crystal Springs, Hot Springs National Park, Hot Springs itself, and Hot Springs Village. This is again an observed tornado, so if you happen to be in the area, make sure you are taking shelter. Here's a look on the velocity, and oh yeah, there it is right there. We can actually go ahead and go gate to gate with this here. We're sitting at about, I would say, about 64, somewhere between 64 and 66 to get on gate to gate. So definitely a tornado on the ground, I would say, based off of everything that we've looked at so far. Not a strong debris signature as of yet, but if this continues on the ground, we will probably see a drop on the CC here, or the correlation coefficient. This is in an environment where I wouldn't expect it to be down for long. So it'll be interesting to see how things pan out. We're hoping that this stays out of Hot Springs Village. I do remember Hot Springs Village being impacted a few years ago from a stronger tornado during the 2023 outbreak, which was I think it was March 31st, 2023. I consider it a super outbreak because of how many tornadoes it touched down that day. It just wasn't as impactful as the other two, but it was a busy day. But hopefully these guys can get spared another hit here, because that was an EF3 that went through a couple years ago. We definitely would prefer not to have any more damage over here. You need to watch this Amity storm as well, because it has a very similar look as to this storm right around the time we got the observe tag. We still have our storm over here just to the west of Ava that we need to watch. There's that weak echo region I was talking about earlier. We have rotation there. It's not the strongest, but it's still present, and it could easily drop something really quick. Like I said, with this environment in particular, I'm not expecting anything to be long track or anything of the like, but this could be a quick touch and then just kind of lift back up within a couple of minutes. This tornado warning got canceled. I think that's actually our observed tag. Yeah, that's our observed tag now. They're saying that the warning has exited the area. They're probably going to reissue. I don't see why they wouldn't, because the rotation's still there. Or maybe that's a glitch. It seems like it squared up pretty well into the warning. And this scan was only 2 minutes old, so it didn't move out that quickly. Don't get me wrong, the storms are moving. They're moving quick, but they're not moving that quick to where they're just in and out of the polygon that quickly. Oh, excuse me. All three of these storms really have prominent signals for rotation. Amity does. The one to the northwest of Hot Springs, and then the one over towards Mountain Pine has a good signal for rotation as well. See if they updated it or not. Yeah, we don't have our oh wow, look at the Mountain Pine storm. Now look at that. Wow. Look at that. Yeah, that's a classic looking supercell almost at this point. Yeah, that must be a glitch. That has to be a mistake. Because that is not moved out the polygon at all. And there's a good chance that that is on the ground. That has to be a mistake. Still good rotation on there. Not as strong as maybe a few scans ago, but I would not be surprised if that's on the ground. And there, yep, there it is. That's the CC drop right there. So I think they need to update that warning. I don't know what the deal is there. Yeah, it's good to have you here, bud. Well, business is starting to pick up, though, so you're pretty much right on time. You did miss one thing, though. You missed this one racist little brat or whatever. Easy to handle. Yeah, Hot Springs Village again is in danger. Very familiar territory for us on the channel here. They've gone with radar indicated again on this. This has a CC drop. This has a very clear CC drop. It's pretty well defined, and if I go split screen here, you can see it. I don't know why they haven't gone observed. It's almost a perfect match. Tornado's right there. Oh yeah. Even then, like, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. No. Like, come on, man. You had a weird name on here. I just decided, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of you. Yeah, we don't do that here. There is no place for that here whatsoever. Just disappointing, that's all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would have, who knows? Moldavort. But what I will say though is, like I said, it doesn't matter what color your skin is. If you're about that, you suck. That's all I gotta say there. Well, that drop has kind of faded a little bit, so it might have lifted, but this is a supercell type of structure here, so would not put it past this storm to cycle. Not even a little bit. Yeah, I think Amity is probably going to be the next one to drop. Huh? What? Yeah, Amity looks pretty nasty. There might be a sneaky little CC drop right there too. Thankfully it did it outside of town. I think I'm gonna take that oh, we gotta get that off the screen for now. It's an unworn spinner. Probably won't be for long. Let me get this set up then. Just got warned. Alright. Let me go back to regular view so I can find it. I'm guessing this is it. Or maybe it's this one. Okay, yeah, it's this one. It's Webster, Wright, and Laclede? Yeah, Laclede counties. This is located near Niangua. I hope I got that name right. These are some interesting names that I found today. Niangua. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. We have Morgan, Phillipsburg, Twin Bridges, Raider, and Niangua in the path of the storm here. We also have to be watchful of anyone in I-44 between mile markers 116 and 121 need to be getting off the highway, heading into a safe spot, even if that means hiding in a ditch. This is radar indicated though, for right now. Yeah. Yeah, this is it right here. I don't see any indication of anything down with the Arkansas storm. I think we're back to just having radar indicateds only for the moment. This one off to the southwest of Hot Springs, which I'm becoming increasingly concerned about, still has pretty prominent rotation with it as well. Has pretty good structure. That's a nasty looking hook on there. If it's spinning along with it, then that's a big problem. There might be a sneaky little drop in the CC here. Looks like there could be contamination adjacent to it though, which is the only reason I'm uncertain. In total now, because of all of this, we're at 7 polygons. I might try to shift this camera so that way we can maybe get a look at the Amity storm if it's at all possible. Trying to make sure my back doesn't get stiff from all the sitting. We're going back to the bypass here, which we were looking at earlier. That has an eastbound view, so we aren't getting a great look at it. We're really trying to find something that's westbound. I think McLeod Street is probably going to be the best one we get right for the moment at least. With this being so close to Jefferson City, I think we might be able to pull something off there too. Let me see what I can find with this camera over here towards Missouri. We'll just kind of have to start jumping back and forth here. It's starting to get a little busy. I'm struggling to find a camera over here that I need. Trying to get out ahead of the rain. Yeah, it seems like it's all forming amongst that line. About 50 gate to gate. That's close. I've seen warnings. I've seen warnings for less though too, to be fair, so you could make an argument. Odd weekend over the last scan. That's probably why they didn't pull the trigger on the warning. It's not staying consistent either. So it might be a little while before a warning gets issued. They're probably going to watch out trends. Yeah, it's this right here, isn't it? Yep. That's pretty much has really been the MO today. A lot of these storms have been, for the most part, linear. But it seems like we're starting to see things kind of break down into embedded supercells. I still haven't really gone as far as to say we've seen any discretes. I don't think we're going to with this one. But we all know too well just how dangerous embedded cells can be. We've seen plenty of examples over the last couple of years. Shoot, even Rolling Fork was a great example, unfortunately. And we all saw what it did. Yeah, even these up to the north, which I kind of anticipated these breaking down into maybe semi-discrete embedded cells, but these ones to the south I was a little bit more curious about. Yeah, this still is holding strong. This is for Perry and Conway. This is kind of a continuation of the last warning that we had seen here. The one towards Hot Springs Village, I do have good news in regards to that. As of right now, this isn't imminently producing a tornado, so the warning's been allowed to expire. Still good inflow coming in, but there might be some outflow dominance occurring. Oh, wait, they just issued a new warning for it. I still say there's a little bit of outflow dominance here, and that could help inhibit it. But there's still some sign of rotation there. And given its history, where we likely did see a tornado on the ground, it's just more or less precautionary measure to issue the warning here in this case, given the history. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Yeah, happy Easter to you as well, Miss Katie. We are, well, one thing is for certain, we'll work in the severe weather. Either way. Yeah, to those of you that are in stream right now, I hope that you guys have had a good Easter so far and that you continue to throughout the evening. Speaking of which, things have slowed down a little bit. I might grab some cake. So the family did come over and leave some food. We now have a tornado warning for Columbia, Missouri here. So this is a larger town that's in the path here. Yeah, I told you it was going to be, unfortunately, cloudy, dry, and pretty daggone warm. I think some record temperatures might have been broken today over towards northwest Georgia in particular. I know that some were in jeopardy even towards the metro. I have to actually take a look at the map again whenever I get the chance to see just whose records might have fallen today, but I'm pretty sure there were quite a few. Because typically during Easter we don't see much in the way of 80-degree temperatures, but they were pretty widespread across the board today. I think Florida and South Georgia in particular also got a lot of record highs. Maybe Florida not so much, but definitely towards South Central Georgia I think was a point of interest. Alright, let's see if we can't get a look at this Columbia storm here. It's a rainy mess over there. That's the only real issue that I have. That and the cameras are a little bit wish-washy right now. I think this is the only camera that I have over towards Columbia right now. Yeah. I do think there's a chance of rain tomorrow. The better chance I think is honestly on Tuesday, so some relief is coming. It's taking its sweet time. I don't expect this to be like a soaking rain, but I think it'll at least help with the situation. Then from that point, the weather pattern slowly kind of picks up here. I think we start to kind of level off a bit more as we get into next month in particular. So be on the lookout for that outlook tomorrow morning. That's probably when I'm going to be able to do it. I wanted to do it today, but I slept in a little too late. And then I also had to fix this computer. Thankfully, though, it does look like we were successful in doing so, which I'm extremely thankful for. Let me see if I can fix this camera over here, by the way. Oh, that's not what we wanted. Okay, that's what the problem is. That's much better. No problem. I mean, it's my area too. That's the other thing, so it's not hard to remember it. Especially considering my job, you know? It matters whenever it rains here, for me especially. But yeah, there's a lot that I'm trying to keep track of right now, though. Speaking of which, let's go back to our tornado warnings here. Well, that's actually a really good question. Embedded supercells, I guess they end up. There's a number. There could be a number of theories with that. Like they form like a. No, I don't think outflow boundary is the issue. It has a lot to do with the venting. Usually, whenever you get these embedded cells, though, it usually occurs whenever you have weak forcing but really good low level shear. And this setup does have good low level shear. But I think the reason that a lot of times the whirlpool effect or bounded weak echo region. But what I've noticed with a lot of these events, they'll happen whenever the lapse rates are subpar, the thermodynamics are kind of more towards average, and also the forcing is a little bit on the weaker side. If you were to look at this system and its trough, or its associated trough at 500 millibars, you'll notice that those contour lines are kind of spread out, so the forcing isn't like super strong. That's also what's keeping it from becoming a full-on line of just or a bow echo derecho type of deal, because the forcing is just subtle enough, but there's no cap either. So I think there's a number of things that play into it. It's something that I'm actually really interested in learning more about. But just from the observations that I've made, strong low level shear is a big factor in that. I mean, I am too. I'm honestly more worried about, well, yeah, I guess with this storm I would be a little bit more worried. I think Hot Springs might be in the clear now. Well, not Hot Springs proper, but Hot Springs Village. I do remember when they got hit in 2023. Yeah, this storm towards Arkansas, towards Little, that's to the southwest of Little Rock, though. Definitely think that it's feasible for them, for you to be concerned for them still. It all depends on if that storm holds up, though. Excuse me. Yeah, there have been a couple tornadoes today, actually. I don't know why they haven't come into the Storm Prediction Center as of right now. We still have yet to get a tornado report in, despite the fact that we've had several pictures from today's storms. I think our count is at least 3 at this point. But I'm hoping we get some more. I hope we actually will get some reports to come in soon. Because the fact that we're seeing such a delay is a little bit alarming. I think we got a reissue on this one. I don't know if this one is a reissue or not. Yeah, this remains in effect. That's not that is a reissue. Yep, this one is too. Yeah, so everything that we've seen here, these are all reissues. Yeah, there might be a merger about to happen here, so this could end up pretty much undercutting the storm, or this could increase tornado potential in the short term. It could go either way at this point. We're sitting at 8 tornado warnings currently. I don't know if you're still here, voice, but we're 2 tornado warnings away from being at 10 simultaneous, which is a call that you actually had made. But those polygons are about to expire, so it might mess up your call, but it's going to be pretty close. You've gotten good at this weather stuff. You might be better at it than you realize. We actually had a 9th come in, and there the other 3 going away now. I might have to go to the bathroom here real quick. I've been having to go use it a lot lately. I don't know what's been going on. I shall return. Oh, here we go. Look at this. Came out at the right time, that's for sure. This is the Missouri storm that we were looking at over towards Columbia. It's going through right now. Regardless of whether this is producing a tornado or not, there are really strong winds with this, as you can see with the with the camera here. We're gonna go full screen with that in just a moment. I think the strongest winds have already gone through at this point now, though. Yeah, it's that same one that we've been watching. It's holding strong. Yeah. It's been rotating well for a while. This may end up passing to the north side of town, which has always been a tornado corridor, it seems like. I've seen a lot of action over towards that region, even before the YouTube days. Yeah, I don't see it on here. Yeah, my scan's 2 minutes old. Yeah, this is just outside of Amity as well. Seems like I said, this is our corridor here for today. Then here's our other one. Actually, there's something a little stronger. I have 86 on this one, and exactly that you're talking about. A lot of these storms over towards Arkansas are looking pretty good. Minus this one over here towards Perry. This one isn't looking all that impressive in comparison to the others. It just seems like one big old Congo line of storms with tornado potential here. Both of these are pretty much 2 all CS here. Worst weather looks like it's just about out of Columbia now. If there's anything that may be capable of producing it, may be off to the west of town here. That's the best couplet I've seen so far, but it looks pretty elevated, and also there might be some contamination mixed in too. Alright, ending the voting poll, by the way. Voting is closed. Most of you voted no. There's a few of you that voted yes. Pretty even spread, I would say. Now we just eagerly await the results. 7 tornado warning polygons, no confirmed tornadoes at this time. Most prominent signals for tornadic activity seem to be right outside of Little Rock. I think everything might end up missing the heart of Little Rock, maybe going to the north of town. Let's say over towards Conway and Mayflower, Bigelow, those regions could be a point of interest. I think we're starting to slowly see that rotation begin to decrease with the hot spring storm. Well, really with all of them except for this southernmost storm that's over here towards Arkadelphia. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here towards Hope. This also has a tornado possible tag with it. Oh, look at how wrapped up this joker is. I wouldn't rule out the potential for this trying to drop something still, even though the velocities have kind of dropped off ever so slightly. And it's not like it's crazily weak. We still have nearly 70 miles per hour gate to gate here. Or 60 plus. So it's still sufficient to produce, it's still more than enough to produce a tornado. And then, of course, as we know, a lot of supercells are cyclic in nature. In other words, they'll kind of be bogged down for a little bit, and then they'll kind of ramp back up. Goes through a little cycle. Sometimes we'll go through a meso replacement. There it is again. Now it's uptrending. This one is a prime example of what I was just talking about too. Let's go ahead and look at the gate to gate now. 66. So we're back up to about 70. Depending on how you slice it, it could even be more. Yeah, there's really good inflow with this as well. That little blue area, that's wind going towards the radar. So if this is wind going towards the radar and it's going into that storm, that's warm air coming in. If this was heading away from the radar, I'd feel a little bit better. Actually, it's the other way. Jeez, Isaiah. Maybe you do. Are you looking at Little Rock's radar, or are you looking somewhere else? Yeah, because I'm only at 71. Or is that another storm that you're finding? And you're looking at the one that's near... Oh, you're looking at this. You might be looking at this storm towards Amity. Oh, I'm looking at a different storm. I'm looking at this storm that's over towards Comic Village. So, yeah, you're looking at something entirely different. That's what you're seeing. You're the Amity storm. You're seeing that right. I see winds going towards pushing between 120, 124, and then I see 2 miles an hour going the other way. But yeah, this is some pretty crazy gate to gate with that. It's a very small nodule right there. Maybe within the next scan it might be confirmed or not. Yeah, we'll find out in just a little bit. I think this could possibly... No, that looks like some... that looks like there's a lot of interference there, or contamination. With that, it's a crazy look on that storm as well. There could potentially be 2 tornadoes down here. This storm right here, we'll have to watch. And then the other one over here, towards Mayflower. So there's your inflow notches. But the main one I'm interested in is right up in here. Yeah, I think it was an artifact. Because I didn't see a 74 going the other way. I did see the 124 that you were... 123, 124 that you were talking about. Still more than capable enough to produce, so the warning will remain. Let me see if I can get a new camera here towards Arkansas. Alright, so we're gonna go west of Morgan here with exit 142. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Let's go back to Missouri and check this out real quick. See if we can't get anything over here with our other tornado warning. There's still a tornado warning in effect for the city of Columbia itself, but the worst of the storm has just about moved out of the area, so that's not going to be going on for much longer. Still get some thunder and lightning out of it, but I'd say for the most part Columbia is in the clear. We're just dealing with heavy rains and thunder and lightning. There's not really too many cameras further off towards the north and east of the area either. So we might take that overlay off for a bit. And just like that, we see Columbia is now out of the tornado warning. We still have one that's off to the east of town here. A couple of different inflow notches are still there. Over towards Kingdom City and Oxvasse. Rotation's kind of broadening up with all three of these again. But they often will end up doing this and then kind of cycling back. So unless they lose their rotation altogether, I wouldn't breathe a sigh of relief just yet. Up, we did hit 10, so Voice nailed it with his prediction. That's freaking awesome. Your radar art. Your radar what? Your radar artifact storm is down. It's you confirmed. Okay, let's see what you got then. Oh yeah, it has a nice little hook on it. That has been a constant. I mean, you've been on a little hot streak though, so I might take your word for that. Yeah, it does match it pretty good. Ah, the hell with it. Why not? I'll sound it. Oops. Not how I wanted to do it. I do think there's something down here towards DeRoche. Or DeRoche. Can't pronounce anything today, it seems like. But this might potentially be a confirmed tornado on the ground here. Very dangerous storm that is moving to the northeast at 40 miles an hour here. We're going to need to be very careful and watch this extremely close as it continues to work its way between State Route 84 and 120 and State Road 128 here. Eventually, if this continues onward, this is going to cross I-30 and then make its way into State Route 71. And then maybe even crossing between State Route 84 and 270 as well. Just as quick as the return. Yeah, I think it's gonna skirt the northwestern side of town if it is indeed down. There is a little donut hole there too, so like I said, I think you're onto something. It could be brief though. Good job, Isaiah. Like I said, man, you've come a long way, as I've said in the last few streams. Here's our observe tag right here. Yes, this is a radar confirmed tornado. DeRoche, Social Hill, Red Oak, Lake Catherine State Park, Melbourne, and Hot Springs in the pass. Nah, you did the work, man. You did the work. I just showed you a couple of things, but you had to do the work to get there. Hey, now hold on. I mean, the Weather Channel has changed, but they're not the worst. They're still not the worst in the world. It's just they're a shell of their former self. Appreciate that, Isaiah. I do, though. All foolishness aside, I appreciate it. Ouch. And that was my shoulder that just popped. I don't know if you heard that, but that was pretty loud. I was about to say, did all of our Missouri storms lose their warnings? No, we still got these, though. We have Montgomery City, Florence right here. Heavy rain may obscure these. We don't have any cameras over here, so we're not going to get a visual. If we get anything, it's going to be over towards Little Rock. So right now, this is west of Morgan. Yeah, Missouri has been in the crosshairs a lot this year. Or Mexico, Arkansas. Was it Mexico, Missouri, or was it Mexico, Arkansas? Oh no, it is Mexico, Missouri. I don't know why I thought it was Arkansas for whatever reason. Yeah, most likely. There are some rural parts towards western parts of the state. Once you get towards central, that's when you start getting into the more populated areas, and then as you go further to the east, the population densifies. Population density increases as well. A lot more towns towards the central and eastern half of the state. Yeah, that's not a good situation. I mean, it's in an environment that improves over time, so it's not far fetched. Let's hope it doesn't. Because that would be a really bad situation if it were to go through the heart of Little Rock here. Next area we would have to watch once it clears 270 here would be Magnet Cove, and then eventually that's where we start getting into more familiar territory like Benton and Haskell. Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about. Because I did see that a little bit earlier today before I did the stream. And I was like, yeah, this is the time I want to start. Yeah, no capping over there. Just the question was going to be whether we would have a storm that would mature enough. And, well, that question's already been answered. We're going to need to watch this other storm just to the northeast of Fountain Lake, or east northeast of Fountain Lake here. I think that one's trying to ramp back up as well. It's still on the lower end in regards to gate, but just from looking at this, it's pretty easy to tell that we're getting into peak time here. These next few hours are going to be the peak. Ooh, not again. I wonder if there's a way I can get a better camera view over here, because I know I can at least get a view of something over here in I-30. I think there's some cameras over towards Rockport. I want to get a look at this. Yeah, it's still down. That CC might be starting to come back too. Oh, I might have a visual on this. We're gonna go back to full screen here. So the cloud base, we're gonna have to keep an eye out for. It's right here. So this is gonna get awfully close to this camera right here. I don't know if we'll get a great view from because of the trees in the way. Now that's State Route 128, I think. Or is it State Highway? Yeah, I think it is State Highway. I always get those signs mixed. I always get those symbols mixed up from time to time. I think it's State Highway. I don't know. But yeah, it's crossing 128 now. Then it's going to be heading towards 171. I'm just hoping that we got the right camera and we can get a view of it somehow. Observed is maintained on this one. Should be probably flashing on here in just a second. Velocity's kind of cycled a little bit. It's back down for the moment. CC's kind of gone up. Excuse me, y'all. That hook looks even better now. Velocity is still considerable. Is it this one right here behind it? No, it's not. Oh, it's this one right here with a hook. Yeah, I've been watching that one for a little bit. Oh, it's north of Benton. Oh yeah, I figured out which one you were talking about now. Just now reading the chat message. I'm a little off my game today. Wow, look at these other hooks that are starting to go through the northern part of the state. I don't think we're done by a long shot yet. We probably got at least another couple hours to go, at least. Yeah, this is about what we expected here for peak time. I wonder if Justin may have got just entered a dead zone or something. Yeah, he is live. Okay, there he goes. We're gonna zoom out now. Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to see much on here. Hmm. Ah, I see. Radar indicated now. Yeah, it looks like Justin's really been struggling with the data holes today. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to be able to have his feed up tonight. Just one of those situations, unfortunately. Arkansas is a very interesting state. Multiple types of terrain, especially as you go further off towards the east, which is where he's at. Out towards the west, I think reception might be a little bit better. Towards the central part, it's pretty good, but it kind of comes and goes. A lot of trees, a lot of valleys in that region, so chasing there can be pretty tough, and also internet service can be pretty tough as well. So data drops for him have been a big problem recently. There isn't really a whole lot that can be done about it in that area too, which is a really crappy part about it. Hey, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Sheesh. These Powerades are going right through me. I'll be back. Alright. Yeah, these power rates are running through me today. So here is the current situation. We're down to 4 tornado warnings now. We were up to as many as 10 earlier. We have 2 warnings apiece, 2 in Arkansas and 2 in Missouri. We do have 1 tornado warning that I would say is still active. This other one over here, I think this will probably be expiring pretty soon. There's not really much in the way of rotation here. Plus the storm's exited the warned area. Same thing's about to be the case for this one that's over towards New Florence. So really at this point now, it looks like the main action is going to be over towards Little Rock right now, unfortunately. Even then, the rotation itself with these storms has kind of dropped off a little bit. It was much more impressive about 10 minutes ago or more. There's still a hook. There's still a small hook with this, but I think this is starting to shrivel up too. If so, then this is a good thing, because we might be seeing an end to this coming pretty soon. Because our peak environment is really where these watches are currently. And as we watch this go further and further off to the north and east, we're going to see this begin to really downtrend. This northern mode just hasn't really verified, so it's really been over towards Missouri and central Arkansas where the action's been. By the time we get towards about 8, 9 o'clock, I think this will be the end of it. We're still keeping track of storms just in case, because we have had at least 1 additional radar confirmed tornado. I think the count today could be very well at about maybe 4, possibly 5 tornadoes total. But we won't know for sure until we get more pictures and storm surveyors coming in to confirm damage. A lot of these for the most part have stayed in mostly rural territory too, which is great news. Obviously we don't want additional damage, because these areas have been hit pretty hard by previous storms. Downed trees have been a big deal over towards the region and more. So the fact that we're seeing these avoid the harder hit areas is always a nice sign. The less people it affects, the better. Conway and Guy. It's quite a name. The fact that you said both of them are hookers is crazy. So one thing that I kind of learned about these in more recent time is that just because they have a hook on them doesn't always mean They've extended the tornado warning over towards Missouri right now. There's still that little notch right here just to the south of Middletown, and that's just enough to keep it going. I don't think it's going to last for much longer though. It's going to have to uptrend again in order to sustain itself, which it very well could. I'm thinking more so now though that we're going to be putting more of our attention towards these Arkansas storms here, especially over towards Little Rock and Magnet Cove. We need to watch pretty closely here. It does look like it's trying to cycle again. Yeah, it's starting to take that warm air back in. And then we have this other storm over here, which has got a decent hook on it. They're probably gonna maintain this polygon with it about to enter. There's some rotation there, but it's not the most well defined at this current moment in time. Just as quickly as it looked good, now it's starting to look sloppier again. Yeah, they're gonna let that they're gonna update the polygon, but they're not gonna let it expire yet, I don't think. Well, the hook doesn't look as good either, though, so you never know. Look at this mess of storms. Yeah, it looks like we lost Justin's feed again, unfortunately. It's just really hard over there in that state in regards to coverage. Man, it's taking forever for these storms to get over here towards Social Hill. I might grab some cake real quick. All right. So we're back down to one Arkansas warning. We have a couple of warnings over here towards Missouri still. We have a very broad rotation here across the board. This one's north of Curryville, this one's south of Curryville, and that's really about it. There's one other little area over toward Truxton that we might have to watch too. And we're even starting to now sneak into parts of Illinois. From that point though, we're going to start to see this downtrend. It's really this point here where we're going to probably focus more attention towards Arkansas. If we still have enough cape here, that's really going to be the question as to whether or not we end up getting more in the way of tornadoes or if this ends. Okay, that's sliding a little bit too far up. There we go. Alright, so I'm trying to think here. We still have warnings in effect, but I'm trying to see if we have any confirmed reports. They aren't counting anything from today. We got a new warning for that Benton storm, by the way. I ended up looking away. This is radar indicated. Oh, this remains in effect. I screwed up. Oh, that's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is the one that was Lonoke, Faulkner, and Pulaski counties. This is near West Little Rock. This is moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is probably going to stay north of Little Rock proper, but this is possibly heading into Mayflower here. Saltillo, Natural Steps, Palarm, I guess you pronounce it as Palarm, Morgan, Marche, Chino Valley, Oak Grove, Olmsted, Roland, Pinnacle Mountain State Park, Longwell, Macon, Otto, Cotto, Gibson, Ferndale, Little Rock Air Force Base, Camp Robinson, and Hamlet are in the path of this storm. Yes, this will end up staying most likely off to the north of town. This one toward Haskell we still have to watch, because this, if it stays on its track and drops anything, we'll be going through Little Rock proper. not really a whole lot going on. Not much has changed. Are we finally getting some rain over towards Social Hill? This took forever, but the storm is getting awfully close to Little Rock now. We're gonna have to watch that one really closely going forward. Just thank goodness velocity isn't crazy on it. Do see a little bit of an uptrend in the last scan, but I don't know if it's enough for me to be overtly worried. Up here comes the rain finally for social. This is the tightest I've seen that rotation in a little bit, but even so, it's not that strong. But if we were to go ahead and go look at the gate to gate, still getting up to about 40, so I mean it's a decent amount. It is on an uptrend. There's our little weak echo region here. Yeah, it doesn't look awful though. They're gonna end up in a tornado warning. Well, they are now, but I'm kind of thinking that even though that is the case, I think there may only be really 2 chances. Because I'm looking at weather models, and what I've noticed is stretch. What I've noticed is Cape's starting to kind of drop off towards the region a bit. I mean, that was what was predicted originally with the forecast. Pretty much most of everything that had been forecasted for today has kind of come to fruition. Not really a whole lot in the way of discrete supercells, more embedded action, if anything. Maybe a couple, and also a little bit of wind potential. So everything's kind of verified up to this point, but during this time, this is where we start to see that instability drop off because of that lack of daytime heating, all the cloud cover. There still might be a little bit of excess Cape left over though. But I was mainly seeing it starting to drop off, getting from thousands into the 500s even at times. But somewhere in between that range at this point. 22Z just finished up. Yeah, probably within the next hour or so, we're going to really start to see a decrease for Little Rock. Maybe an increase towards the Mississippi, Arkansas, and Tennessee border, but in regards to instability, but by that point, the dynamics start to go away. Yeah, once those first two come through, I think that's going to kill it. That's my thoughts on it. Unless these storms have managed to get ahead of that frontal boundary, then we got a whole nother animal on our hands. That's really the wild card in all of this. Yeah, surface-based cape is going to be good for now, because Little Rock has been relatively untapped. But after these two go through, I would expect it to plummet. Because notice, like, nothing else is behind these storms, so once these go through, that's it. And these are going to come through pretty quick. These have all been moving at least 40 plus for the most part. Well, actually, this has slowed down to 35 now. That's interesting. Even so, I still would expect the forward speed to increase, because this trough is going to be the trough that's causing all this weather is already blasting off to the northeast. So basically what's going to happen is the forcing is all going to be over towards this region, blasting off this way. So once we see this go here, we're going to probably see our storm threat begin to downtrend from this point. But all the low-level shear is really going to be over towards this region, right up against where I drew this arrow. I'm still getting used to this setup here. Bro. There we go. I'm not surprised by that. I mean, the rotation's been kind of pulsing in and out. It's not been consistently uptrending to where it would show an imminent tornado or anything like that. So this might spare Little Rock. We still have that other storm towards Benton that kind of has a hook with it, but you can see a little bit of crap vection beginning to come into play as well. But yeah, I just don't think that, I don't think Little Rock's in too much danger, but we can never be too sure. See? Told you. It's a lot of rain, cold air. This time the outflow boundary is not doing a whole lot of favors. And there you have it. Well, dang. Well, that's great news then. But look at how it's kind of gusted out like that. See? Yeah, there's no reason to really have a tour possible with that one. So let's shift our attention northward. These storms are starting to look pretty sloppy too. This is about the time I was expecting it to slow down. Because like I said, Cape seemed like it was going to start to become a little bit more scarce, and then maybe the far southern mode might have an opportunity. But it just doesn't really seem like that's going to be the case either. Anytime that I say that, though, watch the oddball mother of all monsters drop, and then all of a sudden I'm pissed because I'm not live for it. Why do they still keep issuing the tornado? I don't understand that. Alright, I'll sound the siren for it, but there's no, I'm not sounding the siren. There's nothing there. Oh, it just expired. I was about to say, I was like, wait, what? I was about to start raging. I'm like, wait, what is this? Alright, so we're going to hang out for about probably 1 more hour. I'm just not really convinced that this setup's going to do much more than what it's already done. Yeah, everything looks like it really gets sloppy from this point onward. So, yeah, I think, 9 o'clock is definitely going to be that time where we call it. Or 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. But yeah, our severe threat is essentially eroding right before our eyes. And honestly, I'm not complaining. These last couple of nights have been pretty crazy in their own right. And while I hate I wasn't live for them at the same time, is what it is. I'm just happy that we maybe could get a reprieve from devastating action here. Okay, looks like we're seeing another severe thunderstorm. Warning replaced the tornado warnings here. Wait, what? Uh-oh. Did we miss it? Yep, this is an observed tornado right here. This is near very familiar territory. Valonia moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is confirmed by weather spotters. This is a confirmed tornado that's going to be possibly heading into Crosby, Walker, Center Hill, McRae, Antoch, Griffithville, Beebe, Garner, Higginson, Armstrong Springs, Floyd, Pickens, El Paso, Arkansas, by the way, Searcy, and Cabot. Well, how do you like that? We were all thinking, okay, yeah, this might be the end of this one. Storm had something else to say about that, and there's still another one over here towards Pleasant Plains, which shouldn't sleep on just yet. Let's see if we can't find any kind of visual on these. It's northbound. Alright, so we got something on Highway 38 over here, exit 21. We should be able to get a decent visual on it. There we go. This is our observed tornado here. Keep an eye on this skyline because this is our best chance of seeing it. There actually looks like there's a debris wall with it too. There's the rotation right there. Yeah, and that's quite the drop right here. That's actually a pretty strong sig. Rain's starting to fall on our camera here. If we're gonna see anything, this is our best chance right here from this on the skyline. There's a chance that this might also be wrapped in rain. You still maintain that observe tag here. There's still a little area here that definitely looks like we could have debris there as well. As far as velocity is concerned, we did have it start to fall off here though, so this could have lifted, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing anything out of this one. Not from this camera, at least. It was worth a try. It was worth a try. Alright. So we're quarter past the hour here. Not really sure as to what we're dealing with here. Oops, that's a tornado watch. We need to pause this. Still gotta get used to this. Yep, we're back to radar indicated. It's just as I thought, it wasn't down anymore. Yeah, velocity isn't looking anywhere near as good. These storms off to the south are starting to really come apart now. Hey, Mia. Carter and Ripley still under a tornado warning. Everything at this point has remained radar indicated. Yeah, our tornado threat's about to downtrend here. It's not observed anymore, Isaiah. It's radar indicated again. But yeah, for a period it was down and it had some pretty strong rotation with it. Yeah, I actually took that camera full for a second off of 38. Try to see if we could have gotten a visual on it. But it's already weakened considerably, actually. So, kind of back to the radar screen. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Yeah, it's not strong anymore. It's starting to look like trash. Is there a chance that this could recycle? There's still a hook to it. It just looks like trash. Yeah, I don't know if that's still rotating. It seems like if anything it's unwound. No, I'm still here. How am I frozen? Make that make sense, please. If I was sitting perfectly still, then that's a feat because that rarely ever happens. You said something silly, so I had to point it out. You said something silly. 'Tis what I do. Would you rather me not tell you you did something silly and have other people be meaner? Okay, if the other people are gonna be meaner, I'm not gonna let you. All right, I'm just gonna sit there and let them be mean to you. I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna sit there and let them be mean to you. And they'll be far meaner than me. I'm not even being mean. That's the sad part. If this what you call being mean, don't actually. I hope you never see me get mean, 'cause that's not good. I wish there was a way that I could particularly start signaling out you out with ads in particular. Just like ad for this viewer, ad for this viewer. You would get 30 ads. I would insert an ad just for you, just to be spiteful. But then that would affect everybody else. I would literally insert ads just for you. I am kind of mean at times. I have the potential to be mean for sure. Then again, anyone does. As long as you know. For some planes. I'm not saying that I'm not mean. But if you call that mean, please. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess you would call it a playful meme. Alright, depending on how this looks, we may stick around or we may get off of here in 30 minutes. A lot of these warnings as of right now, there are a lot of these warnings as of right now, especially the ones in Missouri here heading into parts of Illinois. I'm really questioning a lot of those. I can't lie. Because, well, no, there's a couple spots. This one, though, I don't know why this is still here. This should have expired, like, ages ago. Over here, this is a little bit more reasonable. At least the Rushville storm. I don't know about this other one. You think that actually just expired. Unless I'm just seeing things. Then we have Searcy and Newport over here. There's our rotation there. The little small little kidney bean hook look. And they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning tag ahead of this now. It doesn't even have tornado possible tag with it anymore, so there you go. I'm gonna check and see if Justin might have tried one more time with his stream. Nope, yeah, Justin called it. Yeah, he was having trouble with his stream all throughout the day, unfortunately. I know exactly what that's like. Hmm? I'm hearing a weird no. What the hell is that? I'll be back, y'all. I'm hearing some weird noise outside my door again. Like, what is this, man? All right. There might be one area along this line that really kind of stands out to me. Maybe Ironton, too, but I'm not too sure about that one. Let me see if I can find a better radar site for this one, though. Trying to think here. See, latest model come. Has the latest models come in yet? Yep, it has. Yep, one severe thunderstorm with maybe a tour possible tag on this. Nope, not even tour possible now. I think all of these warnings are actually about to expire except for maybe one. And I think it's this one in Arkansas. Yeah, this looks like it's about to be undercut. I think, did this just get issued? About 3 minutes late. We'll leave it alone. We'll leave the sirens alone. Here's our couplet here. little couplet trying to pop back up over here before it crosses 55. It's gonna stay south of the St. Louis metro area, but there's quite a few smaller cities over here. Somerset, DeSoto, Olympian Village. We're gonna have to watch those pretty close in this next little bit here. And if it does try to do anything, it will most likely be rain wrapped. I'm not sure if I'm seeing things, but I'm not sure about these warnings off to the south here. These look like they're sheared out. Will it do something? This I can understand over here to the south, right off of US 67 here. But this here a little bit further towards Farmington, not too sure. I don't know if they just did it in a linear mode or if it's just a particular segment in that line. It's just something I'm trying to understand more. There's different ways to issue warnings. There's multiple ways. You can go with the obvious thing, which is the singular storm. To go the singular storm kind of route up there. Okay, there we go. That's the severe thunderstorms for possible, probably. Click the wrong thing. Go here. Yep. So they're not anticipating these to continue to have tornado warnings on them for the most part. These can pulse up as we go through the evening, and then they can kind of taper off. These storms have lasted just a little bit longer than expected, truthfully. Hmm. So y'all, I think I'm gonna end this stream in the next 18 minutes here. I'm gonna end it at the top of the hour. Try and get ready for work tomorrow. Try to get a head start. So I'm probably gonna have 2 videos up for you guys. We'll have one for the May outlook, and then we'll be taking a look at the forecast further out to close out this month. So we're gonna be relatively busy. I'm not sure what Tuesday holds. There's a slight risk for severe weather then. I don't expect to go live, but I'm not gonna rule that out ever. But we will see what lies in store with that. One thing that I am going to expect here, or I wouldn't necessarily expect, but I will go as far as to say that on which one, because I know there's a few, and it's not like I don't, and it's not like I blame you. You can sometimes get an increase in cape even after a frontal boundary, but the problem with this is, like, there will still be like a parameter that's lacking, like either, yeah, no more storms. Yeah, basically no more storms, but still cape. Either no more storms, or there's cape and no more storms, or there's plenty of moisture left in the atmosphere and lift, but the lifting mechanism's gone, or there's inhibition involved, or it'll be a whole bunch of different things. Those are one of the things that I'm still learning to understand when it comes to this stuff. So I'm just like, so yeah, as far as that one's concerned, I mean, I saw it on the models, but I was still kind of like, well, yeah, there was a big like debris ball on reflectivity. Yeah, there was actually a debris ball on reflectivity. No, I knew what you meant. But yeah, just based off reflectivity, even I knew there was a debris ball. I was like, wow, I haven't seen that in a while. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get off here in within the next 15 minutes, even less than that. I gotta get ready for work tomorrow anyway, so there's that. You probably will. I'm the one that probably will get less, that has less of a chance of getting rain. Still have some pretty good notches here that are popping up here and there. If these drop something, these are going to be very brief, but they could still be pretty dangerous in their own right. They may do a slight spatial expansion of that watch, if anything. Oh, that must have been from last night. Yep. Man. Picked a hell of a night for my computer to stop working. Sometimes you can't win every battle, I guess. Oh, flood related. People always sleep on flood potential, man. It's unfortunate. I'm interested to see what the final ratings on some of these will be. How many of them might be EF2 plus? There were some big tornadoes last night. One of them has been in Montana. I know about it. Really, I would say there's like 3 or 4, but because there's actually pictures of it, and I guess they just haven't included it. Goofy. Yeah, that one's done. I don't know why they even have that warning in effect still. I'd give that a better chance. Yeah, it's a good thing. It means people are doing their jobs. They've been on top of it. This whole forecast, honestly, today has been pretty good. All the way from when they first put it out this morning. New tornado warning in Arkansas. It's this Batesville storm. This radar indicated. Oh, this is remaining in it. This remains in effect. Must be this one. Yeah, this is Woodruff, Independence, Jackson, and White counties. This is over Searcy again, so this kind of recycled, I guess. A lot of the same areas we were looking at earlier. It's got that little hook back to it. Must be a side lobe deal. Probably something going on right up in there somewhere. Do I have it? Oh, okay, I do. Hate trying to do gate to gate with this when it's similar color up against each other like this. But yeah, it's definitely a side lobe situation. I mean, I wouldn't say that it's red on red. I hate when it's like that, because it's always harder to tell. It's always harder to tell what it looks like on gate to gate. I mean, if what I'm reading is true, that's 100 plus. Yeah, green on green is a little easier, but based off the color brightness, I would still say that gate to gate is pretty solid, pretty strong, maybe even 100. In fact, if I were to say so myself, that might be down. Because that looks like it's positioned a little too well. I guess we're not ending just yet then. I don't expect this to be down for long, but I think it's down. That's matching up a little bit too well with this right here. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, it's a tad bit broad, but I think it's might be tight enough. If it might have been better the last scan, but I think either way, I wouldn't be surprised if it did drop a brief tornado. It does really quickly and then lifts right after. Yeah, I was seeing about the same on mine. 22.4 to 22.4, so that's 25 on storm relative. Yep. Yeah. Just as quickly as it flared up, now it's dropping back again. Does look like there are some buildings down here. And the drop is going along with it. Yeah, I think there was something. I'm telling you, I think there was something down for at least a moment. Maybe 1 minute it was down. Then after that, it just went right back. I'll hang around till 9:15, maybe 9:30, just to see if we can't get a confirmation. It's a good catch, by the way, Isaiah. Very good catch. They don't want to let go of these tornado warnings over here, do they? Yeah, I think 9:15, 9:30 might be when we get off instead. I just want to make sure. Yeah, that looked like a likely tornado on the ground. Yeah, that's what that's what I've been saying, and that's what I was about to get off before we pointed that one out. Oh yeah, you didn't know that? When's the last time you looked at the Outlook? Well, they did away with the enhanced risk. Yeah. Yeah, that was probably like 5 or 6 o'clock. Yeah, they changed it a little bit since then. Yeah, I think they expanded it a little further east. Yeah, I think by the 5 o'clock outlook, I think they extended it further out towards the east. I'm not sure though. There might be a way to, there might be a way for me to access it, but, oof. Yeah, I think 9:15 is gonna be the time. Gotta rest up though. These storms have a chance of maintaining themselves. Yeah, I figured you would. Ah, okay. It's one towards Waterloo we need to watch still. It's these tiny little notches. I think that's the main reason why these warnings continue to be extended. Because you'll look at it for about a scan, it'll look crazy, and then it'll go right away. Same thing with this one over towards St. Genevieve. This is a new tornado warning, by the way. This is for Randolph and Lawrence County. Moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. The forward speed has slowed down with these storms, actually. Pocahontas, Maynard, Middlebrook, Ingram, Shannon, Burdell, Engelberg, Elnora, Imboden, Biggers. That's quite a town name. Attica, Ravenden, Elkins Park, Breakville, Hamel, Stokes, Reno, Sharam, Manson, Davidsville, Historic State, and PA are in the path of this storm. Here's the Davenport storms. They're all trying to uptrend, man. It's like now they want to keep me awake. So what do we do here? Yeah, Davenport's directly in it. Yeah, and it's almost lined up really well with Davenport if it does end up doing anything. That last scan, it looked good, and now it's already going away. That's what's so irritating about these line segments. They ramp up so fast, and then they slow down even, and then they die out even faster. Like if you blink, you miss it. That kind of deal. This one got confirmed briefly, I think. This was confirmed by law enforcement. This is over Warren County Fairgrounds. This is going to be heading into Monmouth, Ponama, Greenbush. Well, it's already gone through there now. It looks like I missed this one. But Coldbrook, this is going to be heading into that area within the next 6 minutes. The scan is already not looking all that impressive anymore either. Yeah, I missed that one. Daggone it. Yeah, that just tells you I'm tired and probably ready to get offline here. Yeah, Cersei's pretty much done again, not down. But Cersei doesn't look all that good anymore. And now we're going to probably be switching our attention to these two up here. These are elevated too. They need a new radar site here. I don't know what happened over here towards eastern parts of Missouri. Yeah, and there's a tornado possible tag with this one, most likely. Nope, not even that. Wow. Yeah, they're done with that one. Yeah, this is already looking broad again. It's like every few minutes, it's like they try to ramp back up. Yeah, I'm gonna probably get off at 15. I'm probably gonna get off in the next 4 minutes so that I can get ready for work tomorrow. They're gonna keep going back and forth. We'll be up all night doing this, unfortunately. So, hard choice has to be made, 'cause I gotta pay bills in order to keep doing this even. I want to say it before I get out of here though. Thanks to everyone who's tuned into the stream. I'm probably going to go to bed in the next little bit. We'll have a couple videos up. I'm going to try to shoot one of those tonight so that way you can have it by the morning. Then we'll have a forecast later in the evening to kind of hammer out what to expect next. because the weather pattern itself in the long range does look pretty busy still, so stay tuned. There could be more streams on the way to close out this month and even start out next month. Everybody, y'all take care. Have a good night. Happy Easter. Stay safe, just in case there's any other quick spin ups, because that's going to pretty much be the nature of these storms tonight. But take care, and I'll see you in the next one.
Discover your perfect vehicle in our virtual showroom. View financing options and trade-in details